All right, what's going on, everybody? How you doing? Okay, we gonna get back to making them crane parts. Hey, y'all got any more of them crane parts? Y'all got any more of those? Y'all got any more of them crane parts? Crane parts? What's up, the guy? How are you? All right. Where were we yesterday on part two? Oh yeah, Unity. Unity. We have to export each individual collider in Unity, which kind of sucks. But yeah, whatever. We're on our way to getting the crane skate. We'll call that the crane skate. That's not what it's called, but we're on our way to getting that in position and into Kerbal. So what I've been doing here is I'm trying to make crane parts for KSP. I want to make an overhead bridge crane so I can move my rockets around because that's cool. You know, it's pretty neat. How much time did you budget for the parts, and how are you going to have this work with your current crane build? I budgeted 0 time and 0 expectations for this project. And how are you going to have it work with your current crane build? Well, RJ, it's very simple. I'm just going to attach it to it. Is that good? Is that good enough? I'm going to attach it to it. What else would I do? Like a paper clip. Oh, yeah. No, maybe we'll super glue it. Who knows? All right. So these are the parts that we made yesterday. I have my crane wheel, and then I have my wheel clevis. So the idea here is that electric motors, the motors are supposed to attach here and here, and then you're supposed to attach the wheel to a rotor in KSP and hit same vehicle interaction on the wheel and on the clevis, and then you have, well, wheels. You have non-suspension wheels. I should make SPMTs for KSP. Some other time. Some other time. How's Maya 2026? Seems to only be in Fusion now. It's good. Yeah, it's fine. Works great. I pay for it, though. I have to. You guys remember, this is not personal use. All the software that I have is legit licensed. Because I am modeling parts for profit, right? Yeah, everything. Yeah, all the, just on a side note, all this is legit licensed. It's a write-off, dude. Keeps my taxes low. But yeah, Maya's great. That's why I pay for it. That, and I know how to use it. I can cook up stuff in Maya real fast. All right, let's go over to YouTube. I rewatched the Flight 13 coverage. That's such an awesome stream. Thanks, Rarest. Yeah. Alexander, how was your morning? It was okay. It was all right. Same, I have a problem with the Starship launch VOD. It's fun, man. Guys, I like to have fun with my launch streams. I like to have fun. But I also like to make sure I'm conveying good information and that my analysis on it is something you wouldn't get from the SpaceX commentary. That's always been my goal. You know, that's always been the idea. Looks pretty good so far. I've seen you inspire other people to make parts for KSP. All right, well, that's good. I didn't know if it would be parts you'd have to attach in one node or multiple. Yeah. Sorry to bother you. Can you give me your KSP mod list, please? In the chat. Chris, what are you saying over here? I was thinking on what you were saying regarding putting the effort into something, so I enrolled in an online university course in journalism. Yeah, remember, persistence is key. Persistence is key for any long-term endeavor. Like streaming. Like, just be here and always have something fun to talk about. It's not, you know, that... like, is every day going to be a Starship launch? Maybe in the future, but... You know, like... Yeah, it doesn't... just be persistent. That's the real key. I mean, you needn't look no further than Elon. I mean, don't get me wrong, the guy's pretty damn smart, but he's persistent. That's why he keeps doing this, because other people just get bored. Just keeps doing it. This kind of software reminds you of SolidWorks. It's CAD. It's CAD, dude. Yeah. That's a really cool program too, especially if you're building a house. You can walk inside of it. Yeah, I know what SolidWorks is, man. Do you know why the internet went out last night? I called Verizon in the morning and they said it was routine maintenance. It's very rare that happens, guys. Listen, I have a Verizon fiber, like a business connection. It never goes out. It goes out once, like every 6 months. Once. For like, it only went out for about 10 minutes and then it came right back. That connection literally never goes away. How many times can you remember in the past where my internet has gone out? My internet goes out less than the Twitch ingest servers. So yeah, you want good reliable internet. Verizon FiOS fiber connection, a business fiber connection, unreal. It's a great, like I've never had problems. I never have problems. It's only routine maintenance like every 6 months. Like, you know, people usually, you hear about internet service providers, you usually hear like, oh, it sucks. No, FiOS is fantastic. It never goes out. It keeps my business afloat. So I still hate that everything is going to a subscription instead of owning it outright. Actually, spoiled. You want to hear something funny? GTA 6, remember when I said that they sold out of physical copies even though it's a digital download? Oh, that's not bullcrap, dude. What I was reading about it this morning, the physical copy of GTA 6 is a code to download it on the internet. And the code has an expiration date. I don't want to buy that. How long until Ship 40 breaks apart and sinks? Depends on how fair the waters are, dudes. There's a freaking bug in here. Come here. So yeah, I'm not about that life, dude. Not about that life at all. They removed our Escalation and Conquest playlist on Reefer, Breakthrough, and Rush. Yeah. So, custom search Conquest Sewer Reef. All right, cool. It's crazy you can have heated seats in the car, you pay for it, and you have to pay a subscription to use it. If you know how to wire a car, you don't. I know how to wire. Damn, dude, that looks awful. Look at that. My wrist is not happy. Maybe that's why I can't flick, because I have a gigantic cyst on my wrist. That probably has something to do with it. But, you know, whatever. We won't. We don't ask questions about that. You guys don't see that. I don't see it because my wrist is facing down. It's good. Well, that's messed up. I'm kind of tired of the you'll own nothing and be happy about it. Yeah. There's a fly in here. We got flies. BMW will sue the lawyers on you for DMCA breach. It's not DMCA. Wouldn't it be an end user agreement? Well, guess what? If I take the heated seats and wire them to a Milwaukee M18 and just unplug it and say I don't have the subscription service, there ain't nothing they can do about it. You don't have to comply, fellas. You don't have to comply. Physics. You can comply with physics, and that's it. Or just take the heated seats out, light them on fire, and put heated seats in from another BMW. No, because you're bypassing the security feature. No, you're not. Jump the connection, dude. The connection... Do you know how cars know when stuff is broken? It's because of the resistance in the line. If you have resistance in the line, you can jump it with a resistor. That's how I jumped the check engine light on the 97 because it doesn't have catalytic converters and the check engine light comes on. You can jump the emissions with a resistor. 75 ohm resistor. Easy peasy. I'll comply by not buying a BMW. Yeah, that's right. It goes in the square hole. No, they won't. They won't get you with that. They have no way of knowing. I have my Twitch subscription wired directly to a 9-volt battery. Look at you. So ship 40 on a semi-submersible ship yet? We don't know. I have heard no updates. Let me take a look. Let me see what I can see. Let's get... Well, we gotta build it. We gotta get into building the crane parts, dude. But, haha! Got him! Got him! Fly. It's still out there. And poopification sucks? Yeah. Yes, it does. I will not comply. There's a bug on your face. No, there isn't. Do you think they're doing anything with Ship 40 or did they blow it up? LNER, I think they're gonna try and get it. They're gonna try for it. Honestly, if they can't get a semi-submersible, if they can't get a semi-submersible out there, dudes, I'm not sure what's gonna happen. There's gotta... You gotta... I don't know, man. China. Yeah, I mean... I'm pretty sure the U.S. Navy's out there shadowing the ship just in case. But, oh, yeah. We all know the ship is built like a tank. Well, yeah, it is tanks. Fuel tanks and oxidizer tanks. No, I know what you meant, dude. Can they tow it or will it snap? I don't even think they have towing equipment to do it, Alexander. Like, you have to have... They were... So Ryan was telling me last night that they were... They did have recovery equipment to tow the ship a little while back, but they stopped after Flight 10 because the ships kept blowing up and there was no point, right? And then right when they stopped doing it, one came back intact. So we'll see, guys. You have to get the towing equipment out there and go. Cheap Starship doesn't even come with a tow hitch. How am I supposed to hook it up to my gooseneck? Yeah, I know, right? Talk about impoopification. Are they going to touch the first or second stage on the next flight? The ship has met all the goals to qualify for an overflight and ship catch. The booster has not, interestingly enough. Let's say if they did tow it. If they did tow it, guys. So Starship, keep in mind, this is a little bit of an older version, but this is the idea. So you have your methane tank here. right? You have your LOX tank here, and then you have your engine section here. Methane in the LOX tank staying pressurized is the key here, all right? And now, because the ship landed intact, I mean, it landed like this. It came down like this and then splashed down into the water. Because it landed intact, they had time to shut all the valves and everything. If they didn't shut all the valves on the ship and they weren't able to save the ship, it would have sank by now, guys. But because they shut off all the vent valves, they shut off all the vent lines, you're good to go. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If one of the vents was open when it fell over and some salt water went inside of the tanks, that's, I mean, you can kiss reusing it goodbye. But I don't think this one was going to get reused anyway. It's not about reusing the ship. It's more about getting a ship intact. This is invaluable amounts of data. Now, the letter dispenser is right here. The letter box is right there. And we know our buddies over at SpaceX told us that there was some water getting in. So what I'm worried about, guys, okay, so the catch pins are right here, right? They're right there and right there. If you tow this thing, right, and there's water sloshing around inside of the payload bay, a good amount, you run the risk of the ship doing this when you're towing it, right? So you're towing it and it'll, like if the water draft is right here, you run the risk of doing this because this is the buoyant part in the back, right? And if you do this, the ship could do that in the water. It could end up like this. And if it ends up like that, and if it like ruptures a tank and it starts to sink, it could take the boat with it. If you don't get the lines undone in time, it'll take the boat down with it. Anybody that's played Stormworks knows exactly what I'm talking about. You flood too many tanks, that's it. Bye-bye. You're going to Davy Jones's locker, right? So that's why I suggested finding some type of rigging equipment to pull it from the back. But even then, waves are hitting the front of the ship while it's just sitting there. Waves are hitting it. They're splashing against it. They're splashing against it. They're splashing against it. You run the risk of breaking the whole front of the ship off. Just because, I mean, for the sheer reason, it's not a boat, dudes. It's not a ship. It's a starship, not a water ship. You know what I mean? Anything out there, it's going to get wrecked by the ocean after a while. It's just the waves hitting it over and over and over and over again. The ocean is relentless, right? I think it'll get up on a plane because of the nose shape. If it does that, then you should be good to go, right? Like if you start pulling it and it starts going up like that, I'm pretty sure that's what they're counting on. Why not pump it out before towing? How? How, Cooks? It's not like Starship has a bilge pump. That means getting people near the ship. You want to get people near it? You have pressurized tanks that are constantly getting battered by the sea, dude. Like, don't get me wrong, like, it might be fine, but might be fine doesn't really work with maritime recovery, right? Like, that might be fine is why 1058 is at the bottom of the ocean. Amaze, you do puppet show. I like statement. Save ship 40. Save ship 40. Save Starship. Might be fine doesn't hold up in court when you have a negligent death case. Bingo. The Vanguard is 1,333 nautical miles away from Starship. Is it heading towards it? Like, don't get me wrong, fellas. I'm not saying that this is impossible. Don't get confused. It's possible. And dare I say it, like, there's always another way. There's always another way that you could rescue this thing. The key is finding the right way in the amount of time, because it's not gonna take much to sink it. It's been out there for 3 days now, at sea. The FTS is not something they can use. It was safed and locked out after second stage engine cutoff, Neely. That's a good question, though. I think semi-submersible is the way. Yeah, SVO, I wouldn't risk towing it back. I would put it on a semi-submersible. And I'm sure SpaceX is exhausting all options to try and find it. If they can't, shoot it. And that sucks, but but you know. But yeah, I mean, guys, I'm not going to say there isn't ways. There's plenty of ways to do it. We've recovered weirder things from the ocean. Like, if anybody's familiar with the Glomar Explorer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is a real thing, or it was a real thing. We can't fly it back on a plane? No. No, it's too big. Also, yeah, U-505, that's right. I mean, those Raptor engines that went to space and came back are, dude, they're worth a lot in terms of science. They're worth a lot. All right, so let's get back to what we were doing here. We have to export all of this. Or the Kursk, yeah. Yeah, that Kursk story is sad, man. That's sad. But what are you gonna do? Alright, so, where we last left off, we gotta start exporting. I'm sure there's a way to do a batch export. I don't know what it is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This is gonna take a second, so get your coffee out. These are the gliders to make sure that the wheel goes in the square hole. This would be glider 6. Glider 6 plus 1. Just give me a moment. I know there's probably a nicer way to do this, but we only need to do this once. And the amount of... By the time I go and figure out a way to do it, I could have just had all these parts exported. So I know it's tedious. I know it's probably pissing somebody off that I'm doing it one by one. Don't worry about it. The time it's going to take to go and figure it out, could have just done it. RFA are destacking RFA1 to investigate an issue they found while testing. Yeah, that makes sense. So what all these individual pieces are, if you notice, it's all a bunch of individual parts, right? What they are essentially governing how a part is going to fit through that slot. Oh crap, I don't know where I was. Alright, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Here we go. They're essentially going to work like bearings, all these little individual pieces. D-stack over Rudd, yeah, because last time they sent it and blew up their rocket on the pad. RFA did. But to be fair, they were very transparent about what happened. And the interesting thing is that they had a very similar problem to SpaceX with Super Heavy. They had FOD in the turbopumps. Don't want that. The AN-225 would have had enough capacity. No, it would not have. Well, it's not no. By mass, yeah, maybe. But also, there's no way you're fitting that on it. You're not fitting that inside of it. Heck, you're not. I don't think even fitting it on top is going to work. And also, you know, oh, if it was still around. Dude, melon farmer, build another one. Build another one. You can't build another one. You can build another one. You'll be fine. I just don't think that Starship would be able to fit inside of the 225's payload bay. I mean, you might be able to get away with carrying it on top, maybe. That'd be kind of cool. I'm not going to say I don't want to see that. Nor am I going to say that we shouldn't make more heavy lift planes. Heavy lift planes are very nice. Almost there. Isn't that how they transported the Energia core tank? Yes. Energia sub-assemblies were actually moved on the VMT Atlant. So it's a Mishashishev M4 bomber that was heavily modified, and it was called Atlas. That's what Atlant is. It means in Russian. It means Atlas. Hey, Element. Man, I hope this thing doesn't get angry, because there is a lot. There's gonna be over 60 different individual gliders for this. $60, is that a lot? Yeah, Clayton, but there's really... Yes, it is a lot for Kerbal. This part is not going to be the most optimized part around, dude. But also at the same time, this is kind of how it needs to be to govern the movement. You know, you want to have a collider mesh in Kerbal that does what we're asking it to do. It kind of needs to be this way. I could probably optimize the colliders a little bit more, but yeah, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, like, you could probably sit there and optimize it, but you're not going to get that much more out of it. That's just the way it needs to be. And more importantly, that's the way that I have tested. All right, so now let's open up Unity and we'll start importing the colliders. So I got to get the texture for it now. It should be in new KSP assets images. Bring it here, and then apply it. There we go. All right, so let's create an empty. Call the empty crane wheel Levis. Move it to 000 in the scene. It's got its texture information, and now what we have to do is please hold. Where did we export out to? Hold on. Oh, default. Okay. Easy peasy. Don't break. Whew. Okay. These are all our individual collider pieces. Oh, I just put in so many. Alright, this is gonna suck. Now I gotta drag each individual freaking piece in here, and we have to go. Oh no. Some of them have an offset origin point, which sucks. Oh, nope. Is it gonna work? Thank God. Oh, that would have sucked. That would have been bad. That would have been really bad. Also, you know where I could sell a kidney? No. Okay. The colliders are in the right spots. That scared me for a second. All right, so no, delete that. Ah, why the hell is that thing all messed up now? That's annoying. Okay. All right, well, let's create another transform group here and put it in there, and we will call it Wheel Clevis Colliders. Set its origin point to 0. Oh shoot, it did it. Wait a minute, it batch exported everything? It did work. So if I just take every single one of these things and just go 0, 0, 0, you can tell it worked because of the way it is. All right, hold on. Take our main shape and just move it up there. So I have to remake the piece here. We have to set every piece to origin, and then we can apply the Lamberts to them now, or just a regular shader to them for now, because we know it's going to work. So it looks like the batch exporter did work. And I'm just dumb, you know. Gotta bring every single one of these in here. And then if we just go down the list, we should be able to just put every single one of them in their correct spot. Now, in terms of painting them, they don't need to be painted, guys. We're going to delete their mesh renderer anyway. The reason why is because collision boxes in games are not rendered. They're simulated. Like, you can't see the hitbox for something. You can't see the hitbox for the part, right? How did you batch export? I have no freaking idea. I probably tried to batch export the group selection and it took, they're parented topical, like a hierarchy. Think, oh wait, I don't know if you know Kerbal. I'll tell you in a second. This is one of those things I just got to keep track in my head. All right, that's a duplicate piece. No, these aren't duplicate pieces. Hang on, I got to start over. I screwed up. I don't like how messy this scene got this quickly, dudes. There's something to say about keeping the scene clean. Close that out. X-Wing, dude, you didn't tell us you were going to get hearing loss from watching the Odyssey. Hearing loss? Can you just generate colliders from the object itself? No. Not in this particular instance, Visualize. Okay. So Visualize for like the motor mount part where we're mounting the rotors, that part, don't worry about it. I just literally cut this piece out and made it into a collider. Now, okay, so here's the thing, fellas. Let me load up Paint and let me show you. In Kerbal or in Unity, it only understands. That's not an O. In Unity, it only understands convex mesh colliders, okay? So, if you make a part that looks like this, right? It has no problem. If you make a part that just looks like a half moon, it has no problem understanding that. If you make a part that is a cylinder, like a rocket fuel tank, it has no problem understanding this. Now, if you make a toroidal tank, okay? So you make a rocket tank that looks like this. Right? You make a tank with a hole through it like that. This is where you're going to have problems. Kerbal will try to make so you have a tank that is a donut, right? Like this. Kerbal will just, if you try to make that into a convex mesh collider, it's going to make you a hockey puck. It's going to make you a hockey puck of a collider. It does not understand how to do that. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't want to know. Right? So what I've had to do with this clevis part, right? That has two holes in it like this. What I've had to do is make individual convex colliders that go around each hole. It's what I had to do with my hinges for right? It's what I had to do with the hinges for the other G11 hinge part that we made. This makes it, by making each one of these individual convex mesh colliders, if you take a bunch of convex mesh colliders and you make them go all the way around, right? You'll eventually make a concave collider, right? It has to be convex, which is what makes this such a pain in the butt. That's why I need to export all these individual freaking pieces. Because the individual pieces that I'm exporting, right, are going to make this work like a bearing, right? See, it goes all the way around. There are a bunch of small convex mesh colliders all in a group, right, to make a concave collider. That's what makes this part so complicated. But it's okay. I know it'll work. That's what I say a lot with stuff. I don't want to know. Yeah, so that's the big problem that we're dealing with here. You cannot make concave colliders in Unity, in this version of Unity. I mean, I don't know about newer ones. I know that that's the case in this version of Kerbal. So, you know how, like, if you guys have watched me play Kerbal, I have the Kraken bearing, which is a bunch of thermometers, right, around an RCS ball, and that makes a hinge. You have to make the colliders like that. If you don't, it's not going to understand what you're doing. Okay, so that's the part. There's the collider, there's that. Collider 7. I don't know why I brought them in at a weird scale, but there it is. No, these aren't exactly what we need. It imported the shader. I still have the checkerboard shader on these parts. So anytime they come in like this, it doesn't like it. Yeah, I accidentally imported the parts with that checkerboard shader on it, and Unity doesn't like it. So I have to bring each one of these stupid individual parts in the scene. Like I said, this is just straight tedium, but it'll be worth it when we have cranes that we can lift stuff up with that don't frigging break and blow up when you try to attach something to it. Usually, collider boxes in KSP are not nearly this complicated, but we're asking Kerbal to do a very specific task, so we need a very specific collider box to do it. All right, let's see if all these parts found their way to the right spot. So ready? What these colliders should look like when we're done here is basically an exact copy of the part, the model. They should look exactly the same. But yeah, like I said, you have to slice each individual freaking part up. That looks good so far. And what I'm doing is I dragged each one of them into the scene and it placed them not at their origin point, right? So I have to reset their transform to where they would be at 0, 0, 0. And I made it so their transform is offset to origin. So they basically go into the exact spot where they should be. Oh, frick. That's a duplicate. Something isn't right. We're getting duplicate parts, and they're not going to the right origin. Yep, as I thought. I rushed this yesterday. Oh. Junk. None of this is good. Ah! Hang on. I gotta go look at the transforms of the parts that I, Sorry, guys. I messed this up by trying to go too fast yesterday. I have to go back into Maya and look at the parts correctly. The good news is that I'm pretty sure if I'm looking at this right, I can batch export correctly. So we got 2 out of 65 colliders correct. 2 is good. You know, that's good. Some of these have transforms on them, I'm pretty sure. So those all come in correctly. Yep. So C Collider 17. 17 has 0x translation on it. Collider 18 has 0.36. Are they all like that? Yep. And some of them are rotated too. Okay, so here's what we got to do. We got to go to all the colliders and we have to freeze their transformation at their origin point. Now what I'm going to try to do is export selection here. Let's see if that batch exporter works. Crane wheel clevis updated. Let's just make sure we put it in the right projects folder here. It will go into new KSP assets scenes. Hinge clevis collider updated. Unable to export material. It'll assign as a Gray Lambert. Okay. Save. Go back over here. Back into Unity. Wheel clevis updated. Boom. Oh, yes. Because it wants me to unpack the prefab. Okay. How do we do that? EJ turbos, that's right. It generated a prefab, yeah. Clear parent. No, that's not going to do it. Yeah, visualize the holes. Physics engine probably would not care for such automate. Yeah, it wouldn't do it. If we applied a regular, just a mesh collider box to this, it would just make us a box, which would suck. Unpack prefab. There it is. Found it. Did it do it? Oh, well, that makes that a lot easier. That's good to know that we figured that out. Okay. Good news, everyone. All right, now we have to basically remove the mesh renderer off every single one of these. Oh, we can do it in batch. Thank God. And then for every single one of these bad boys, we need to add a mesh collider. Physics. Mesh collider. And then for every single one of these, we need to check convex. Is future EJ gonna remember what present EJ just did? Yes. Oh, that's so nice, dude. Oh, that makes this so much easier. Look at my crappy textures, aren't they nice? Chip, what's going on, man? I love my crappy textures. They look great. All right, so in the crane wheel clevis, then we go to part tools, crane wheel clevis, set file URL, parts, make a new folder, crane wheel clevis.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Select that as our target folder. And then go to crane wheel clevis and texture format. Can we output as a DDS? We can't unless we get a DDS attachment. So write it as a PNG and send it. Hey, Nick Nack, what's up, dude? Saves. Oh, no. Game data. EJ, parts, crane wheel clevis. There's the MU and the PNG. Hell yeah. Now, what we have to do is we're going to have to write some code here for the CFGs. Oh, so good. So I'm going to take my conduit CFG, copy it, put it in here, put 1, and we'll make this crane wheel.cfg, copy it, back out, go here, paste it, crane wheel clevis CFG. All right, excellent. All right, now we got to write the CFG files. So right, to Notepad. Crane wheel. Copy. We're looking for cranewheel.mu. Node stacked, top and bottom, 0 and 0. I might need to. I gotta think about this for a second, dudes. You know what? I need to re-export the wheel file. The reason why the crane wheel gliders are fine themselves, but what we need to do is I want node attached top and bottom. So this thing is sideways. I want to turn it 90 degrees. So let's turn it 90 like that, right? And then if we go like this, that's good. And we set crane wheel origin point right there. That's where it should attach to. I just got to re-export and recompile this. So export selection. Wait a minute. We should be able to do it all as a group and just bring it all in one shot. Right? That's what worked before. Export selection. Crane wheel updated. FBX export. Boom. Go back into Unity Hub. Go to crane wheel clevis. Toggle visibility on that. We need to go back over here. Delete crane wheel from here and delete the original parts. I don't want to get confused at all. Delete that original folder. Keep the scenes clean, man. Crane wheel updated. There we go. Up. I didn't do that right. I need to go back into Maya and I need to set the default position for the colliders. You can do that by selecting their individual pivot points and making sure that the collider individual points are all in the same spot. So if you hit insert in Maya, it'll move. You can set the pivot point. So like this piece can pivot like that, see? I don't like it. I don't like all the colliders being attached over here, though. You know what? I'm gonna undo all that. I think Maya is Y up. It is. Alright, so we need to take the crane wheel again. Crane wheel group. Set the transform initially to 0. Overwrite. Now when we bring these parts in,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, let's try this way. Brain wheel. Accept that 000. Hey, Halingar. For anyone wanting to do what EJ's doing in Blender, Cold J is the most detailed thread on the forums, and it's helpful. Oh, there you go. There. That'll make this work a little bit better. So we need to go here, add part tools there. There we go. Nope. Screwed that up. The mesh collider doesn't work. The mesh collider will work for those, but collider box 1, no good. Delete it. We need to go back into Maya and mess with this a little bit. So we need to do what's called a separate command here. We need to take that, we need to take that, and then we need to combine them. Freeze the transformations, and then delete history. And then the centerpiece. Delete history. Freeze those transforms. Polysurface 2. Collider box 1, 2. Okay, now we gotta export the stupid thing again, because I keep making mistakes. Hey, Smoked, what's going on? But anyway, Smoked, I'm doing good. Yep. Okay, go here, go here, go here. Go wrap it up. So even the wheel pieces, because it's a tapered wheel, like it has the groove in the center, we had to do the gliders in a very, very, very specific way. Now, why are those rotated? That's strange. Oh, I didn't change the transforms. Is this SolidWorks or AutoCAD? It's Maya. Crane wheel, empty, add part tools. Okay. Create another empty. This is crane wheel gliders. Set that to 0, 0, 0. Set the empty to origin. Mint. All right. We need to go in here, delete the mesh renderer on all these, and then we need to add the mesh collider. It's all coming back to me, dudes. It's all coming together. All right, so now take the entire crane wheel group, rotate this 90 degrees, right? And I want this part to go into Kerbal vertically. It'll make it so when we attach it, it'll work like attaching an I-beam, right? Like you can attach at the top or the bottom, right? If we export it right side or up down like this, it should be fine. Set the export target to crane wheel and then write it. When was this MU file updated? Modified 135, 48, good. Texture is good. Okay, so now we have to go into that dang CFG again, and we need to start messing with this. So let's go back into Maya, right? And we need to measure. Now, what are we measuring? Let me get my measuring tool. I'm measuring where I want the attachment points to be on this thing. So we need to get our ruler, locator 1, set locator 1 to 0, 0, 0. And then locator 2, set it here, and this will give me the distances. Yep, it's 25 centimeter top to bottom, so 0.25. So watch this. Node stack top 0.25, and then node stack bottom minus 0.25. Well, it likes the 0 in there, so save it. The wheels are not going to cost, well, they won't cost a lot. We'll say they cost $100. 100 Kerbucks. Big dog hair on my keyboard. I hate that. I gotta go get my tool. Man, that ain't a tool. That's a damn brick. Last value indicate the actual size of an attachment node. Values may be either 0, small half-meter node, 1 normal, 2 large. So 0. We want to set these to 0 because this is a tiny freaking part. That actually should be fine. All right. I think that's good for the wheel. The clevis is going to be a little bit harder to write the CFG for, but the wheel is just basically a cylinder. It's a cylinder. Missing an E on structure. That's actually, yeah, all right. That's not my typo, but... We'll say bridge crane. It's a bridge crane. Okay. Leave that the way it is. Now, here, minimize that, close that out. Let's see. Hey, Dino. I said, dude, all systems, I find that if you set crash tolerance above 100, it's very unlikely it's going to break. But I don't want the parts to be invincible either. I like to, you know, make it somewhat similar to the I-beams in Kerbal. The I-beams have 80 meters a second impact. Hey, Prima, how are you? Good, thanks for showing me that deorbit footage the other day. That was super cool. Yeah, Kuji man, I think you're right, but... So, EJ, we're eventually going to launch a grain to another planet to relaunch reusable rockets from there, right? You could. That's good, Sawyer. I like that. I don't know what I did to this. Oh yeah, that's right. I loaded up like 6,000 craft files into this save. That's what I broke. That's right. I mean, these parts are gonna be, they're heavy, guys. I made them really dense, like me. They're built in the eyes of their creator. No. Yeah, you're gonna take a mass penalty moving them. They're heavy. Just for what it's worth. Just like us, for real, Ong. Don't ever let me say that again. I'll shoot you in Battlefield next time we play. Oh, Dino, I had a huge breakthrough. I figured out how to control spray with the new update. Oh yeah. Figured out, yeah. So I was I did it by accident. I was trying to be more careful with my shots and use, like, not bursts, but like, right? And if you right-click, aim down the sight, and then hold down left, just pulse it, it negates any deviation. Like any deviation. I was just, ding, ding, ding. I was playing a map, we were playing Suru, and I was like, 1 in 8 or something, and I managed to end up going like 14 and 10 or something. So for the latter half of the match, after I controlled sprayed, I was like 10 and 2 or something. It was good, man. And then my internet went out. Hey, there's my parts. Something isn't right. Something's incorrect about this. Why did this thing come in and so big? Whoa! They're gigantic! Why are they gigantic? Damn. Those parts are thick, boy. Okay, let's back out. We broke something. Let's go into Unity. Yeah, we were 100 times too big for the scale. And I am not 100% sure why. And our gliders are facing the wrong directions. Okay, let's try this again. That must have been some kind of scaling difference between my Is it physically possible to build rockets which is higher than 150 meters long no matter what diameter of rocket? Sure. In Kerbal, in real life, I don't understand. Okay. That's why it didn't have any gliders either, because the gliders weren't in the right subcategory for part tools. So let's load up Kerbal again. In real life, is it possible to build rockets which are higher than 150 meters long? Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't see why not. Look up Sea Dragon, Max. I think a pizza's when it's supposed to French fry. Yeah, if pizza when you're gonna French fry, you're gonna have a bad time. Henry, due to a major computer problem and a really crappy mental state, I am pausing work on learning to code. That you lasted a week. Get back to it next week. Okay. Okay. All right. Well. Max, but you're saying, but mass increases cubically, but area under aft in quadratic manner. If you knew the answer, why did you ask me? Honest question. Don't try to quiz me about stuff, dude. Don't do that. Don't quiz me with questions. That takes away from people that are actually trying to learn. Don't do that crap, please. I see people come in here. Hey, EJ, what's 2 plus 2? It's 4. Well, actually, did you know that in this scenario that it's 5? No, well, why'd you ask me then? Don't do that. That's a pet peeve of mine. Maybe you don't know something? Dude, yeah, you should be able to make it. You're just not going to be able to make it out of aluminum. It should be able to get bigger. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, Max, that there isn't a theoretical maximum, right? I just don't know what that is off the top of my head. I'm just going to say yes, unless we want to sit here and get into a 3-hour-long thing where we're crunching numbers about material science and volume and stuff like that. Like, yeah, it's possible. Like, I want to get these parts made, dude, on somewhat of a reasonable schedule. I think you could go bigger. How big? I'm not sure. I know that something like Sea Dragon exists, so you could definitely get bigger if you make it out of steel or something. I personally think that bigger rockets eventually, like steel, is going to be the way to go if you're going to be building rockets like if we're going to be building heavy lift launch vehicles. Like, you want to make stuff out of steel. I mean, Elon seems to agree with that. All right, ready? What the funkin' waggles is going on here? I overwrote them, Tessa. I've missed something. Just reloading Kerbal sucks, but... At the scale of everything back to 1, something is very wrong here. Okay. Could it be the rescale number? Yes. Something is... Yeah, we have a strange multiplier here. I just don't know... Where I'm getting really confused is why these parts came in the way that they did. If we go to my regular conduit piece, the conduit piece... Everything is... Okay, so the conduit is set to 1 scale, but everything is set to 0.1. It's the models that are set to 0.01. Did I set the scale in the CFG? Yeah. Hey, Troy, what's going on? They're imported in an FBX. All right, let's save. Parts crane wheel. Okay. It might be as simple as tweaking the rescale factor, but yeah. I need a default install for KSP. And use OBJ if possible. Okay. Used to be a baked-in hidden 1.25 scaling, and then they got rid of it or something. Yeah, I remember that. I remember when I first made parts, Kuju Man, figuring that out. It's all the dang craft files that I have loaded into this thing. It takes forever to load them. You see the Steam DB for the Steam DB chart for KSP lately. Troy, somebody told me something about it a little while back. I don't remember what it was though. I remember somebody's like, "Oh, they're starting to do things," and I'm like, "Please let it go. Just let it go. Stop. Whatever you're doing, just stop. Just stop it." Oh, Artemis 2 broke the all-time player count. Oh, yeah. That's actually super cool. Hacker Man, I'm in. I have a feeling it's going to be broken again, though. Oh! CFG attachment nodes aren't on the right axis, but they are correct. That's actually really easy to fix. Max, what are you saying? Starship orbital flights are harsher for heat shields than suborbital flights. Starship can't tolerate as much of a heat sink as the space shuttle because its tiles are thinner. Do you agree? No. No, absolutely not. It's made out of stainless steel, dude. It can tank way more heat than the space shuttle ever could. The tiles are thinner on Starship because the structure of Starship is a TPS as well. The stainless, once again, can absorb way more heat, dude. It's not a big deal. To sit here and insinuate that Starship can... that the shuttle could tank more heat than Starship is demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding of, like, material science. Kerbal Guy, Volumetric Clouds V5 donation for testing and operations phase of the crane. Thanks for all the content. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you very much. I missed an earlier comment you had, but could improvements in material science make thinner tiles able to tank heat similar to the thicker shuttle tiles? I'm making an assumption there. Yeah, maybe if you developed a better tile. I'm pretty sure SpaceX is working on that, though. You can recache the database, Kuju man. It doesn't like doing that if you recompile the database with the mods. The mods don't like it. How do we default install? I need a default installation of Kerbal, but I don't want it. I don't want to mess with my versions that I have here. Copy the folder. I was afraid someone's gonna say that. Copy it, paste it on the desktop, why not? Yeah, I knew that you could do it this way. I was kind of wondering if there was a better way to do it, but it's okay. All right, so just X out of that so I don't mess with that by accident. There's the backup. So delete this now. No, keep it. Yeah, no, shouldn't we? Yeah, we want to... Oh, God, that feels very weird. I don't like that at all. So we'd have to go in here and verify integrity of game files. And there it goes. All right. Oh, that's weird. Now copy that. Do you think if we go here and we rename this Kerbal Space Program Vanilla, right? That's gonna not mess with the target line anymore. Or no, we gotta go here, common. Kerbal Space Program Vanilla install, right? And then we go here. I copy that and then go right back here like this. Repaste my folder. I'd keep it in a totally different location now. Why? So you don't get confused? I won't get confused if it says vanilla install in big. You can run it from anywhere, just put it on the desktop. All right, so I have the backup that I made in documents. We have that there. I'll just leave that. We'll just leave it. It's fine. The only thing that I want to get is my settings folder, but we'd have to trigger this install here. We'll call that Kerbal Space Program mod testing. Go in there, create a shortcut. Okay, there we go. Let's just make sure the original executable works and loads up the modded save first before we do anything here. Judging by the load time, I would say that we did this right. Yep, it's loading up AVP. That's right. Okay, cool. Get out of that. Oh, look at it. It's just so small. It's in a small box. Have you done a stock game load on the new machine? What do you think? I already muted it. Yeah, I already, well, I lowered the volume. I'm going to go in, start a game, and then back out and then transfer my settings file in. Still no vanilla KSP for quicker loads. We're working on that now, Toasty. You should try playing the one you have on the desktop. How about Neapolitan? No, Vanilla's the best one. Why is it still taking so long? It's here comes the music. Ready? Yeah, probably first load up. Yep. Whoa. Oh, that's weird. Okay. All right, so let's back out, right? And now let me go into the mod testing save right here. And then I'm going to go into my regular Kerbal save right here. And then I'm going to change the settings, take the settings file and replace the settings file. Okay. Mod testing goes back up there. Here we go. Hey. Let's see how long. Come on. Is it just me or is this still really, really slow? Huh. Put music back on. Just Caltech things, Baron. Sorry for frustrating you earlier. Didn't mean to. No. It's not that. I'm just trying to figure this out. If I switch gears in my brain, I'll never figure it out, dude. All right, this is working just fine. All right, we're good. Hey, Gidge, what's up? Yeah, Henris, that'd be kind of cool. Get out of that. We have the modding shortcut up there. Okay. Now, with this, we can just reload the database in the game, so we don't need to open up the game every single time. All right, so let's take the hinge parts. Let's take the crane wheel, the crane wheel clevis, copy them, put them over here, back into there. All right, now if we go into the debug menu here, and we go into database, reload the database. And now we can reload the game without getting in and out of the game. That's why I wanted to do the mod. See, it's reloading all the parts there. That's why I wanted to do the stock game. It's easier to test it. Reloading the database still does take a second. What is being made? Crane parts. Alright, so now we can go over here. See, that didn't take nearly as long. And now, if we go into structural, I should have my parts. What's the point of putting the stupid nodes on there if you don't... Maybe the node is inverted. Let me see. No, it's the attachment vector. It's weird. It's 90 off. How did you say that the NASA archive servers were called? Images.nasa.gov. Max, do you agree that the only reason why Starship can't survive Starship types of suborbital reentry is structural integrity of wings? Max, can we save these questions for Space News, dude? You're, like... I'm trying to get this done, buddy. I would love to talk about that. I mean, the structural integrity of the wings. I don't know where you're pulling this out of your tail. The wings looked fine after Ship 40 landed. I don't... the structural integrity of the wing. No, I don't think that because the wings landed in one piece. Like I don't know what to tell you. What was I doing? God. The nodes were... okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay. The only reason why shuttle can't survive Starship types of suborbital reentry is the structural integrity of the wings. No, it's made out of aluminum. Max, brother, the technical questions, like, I'm usually fine, dude, but I'm reteaching myself this right now. So, you're gonna have to bear with me, dude. I prefer technical conversations about Starship and the shuttle to be like during space news. Like, my brain is having trouble trying to figure this out and talk and answer questions at the same time. Usually I'm good for it, but not today. You asked about the shuttle. Okay. Okay, so we need to set that number to 0, angular x to 1, set angular y to that, and then set that one to -1. Save it, go back here, get rid of that, back it out. Hey, emote only chat. 90-second emote only chat? Alright, that's fine. Success! Now to figure out what the heck went wrong with this thing. The clevis piece is all screwed up. Alright. Alright, cool. So we got that one figured out. I still don't like that the thing comes in sideways like this, but... I'll have to figure... I figured that that's probably something that we did in Maya. For it to come in sideways, but, whatever. Alright, so... Get rid of that, get rid of that. Now, the clevis piece is going to be a little bit more difficult to get this right. We have to have a bunch of different nodes. We're going to have a bunch of different connect nodes. And those are going to be weird to get right. Whatever. We got the wheel thing figured out, so let's go there. Train wheel layer, save. Add selected objects. There we go. All right, cool. Now this pile of doo-doo. Okay, so that's the right size for the part. Now, I'm going to have to go through all of the colliders here and set them all to 0.1, 0.01, 0.01, 0.01. Let's just start at the bottom. Picking up on a let's go 0.01, 0.01, 0.01, right? And then go here 0.01, 0.01, All right. Okay, so set the part right directory. So we got to go here, mod testing, game data, EJ, parts, train wheel clevis, select the folder, write the part. Yeah, I'm making parts. Thought we were making parts of the VAB. It all makes sense now. That's right, Doug. Now, keep in mind, the CFG file for the Clevis is not completed, and I probably should have... You know what? Well, that's doing new database, reloading the database. Let's go to parts, mod testing, so wheel Clevis. Clevis.cfg. Crane wheel Clevis. Crane wheel Clevis.mu. Now the connect nodes and everything are going to be very weird on this one. So 7575 on the attachment is no good, but we need... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go here. I'm going to back out, go to Game Data Squad, Arrow, Parts, Arrow. Node stack bottom 01. All right, cool. What's bottom 01 though? Yeah, I just need an attachment point on the bottom, and then we need connect nodes on the side. I should be able to get the position, the relative position of those nodes in Maya, and where they need, like exactly where they need to be. That shouldn't be too hard. So the node stack bottom should be good here, but let's make sure on the database reload that the part came in with the right scale. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that it didn't. It's because it wrote to the wrong directory. Now 7.5. We don't need a node stack top here. I just want node stack bottom. Now the bottom stacking node we can find in Maya here by taking this locator, right? And going into the side view here. .42. So if we go here and we say minus 0.42, 0.42 on the bottom stacking node, that should be right. Reload the database. Check out that side view. Do you like it? Well, you shouldn't. I hope your Twitch chat is appropriately shaming you for not opening package you should be opening right now. They're not. Well, they should be. Yeah, I reject your shame. I'm busy right now. Let me finish this. Yeah, you can take that shame and, you know, shame somebody that gives a frick. Because I don't. I want to finish this and I want to get these parts right. Hey, Fax, what's going on? All right, ready? It's supposed to be 01, Panderific. Yeah, that's supposed to be like that. Where is it picking up that scaling function from? Is it picking up that scaling transform from? I'm not sure. Clev's main. Okay. Where could that scaling thing be? So, all right, let's start from square one here. Does the scale factor in the CFG affect things? Yeah, it does, but I was able to get it to jive correctly. I don't want to fudge it. I don't want to fudge the rescale factor here. Because if you fudge the rescale factor here, that means you didn't do something else correct, Panderific. That's why I'm hesitant to change it. I could probably change it to 0.01 and it'd probably be fine. But I don't... This thing is not picking up anywhere that I'm telling it to scale down 100 times, which is annoying. Facts, you know, you're saying over there, I appreciate the entertainment even though I'm lacking on what's going on. It'll make sense when the parts are all together, which is why I'm trying to get them in the game and working correctly, dude. So it's picking up the gliders correctly, which, you know, that's a plus. Just bigger than the VAB, whatever. Is no gravity on? No. No. That whole gigantic part weighs 3 tons. Because I told it to weigh 3 tons. But it didn't, since it didn't scale the model, it just basically made it, we basically just made it out of like a material that doesn't exist. So, you know. Yeah, it's like aerogel. It's basically paper. That's correct. I'll just do it. It's a crappy fix, but whatever. Give it a second. So I basically just forced the rescale factor in the CFG file, which is... That's not really cool. Really sloppy way of doing something. But it worked. Which I hate. And it's attaching on the correct vector, which is good. Now, what we could do, or how this should work, is I should be able to attach that, and it should be able to line up pretty much perfectly with the spinning axis. It does. All right, now take my crane part. And just move that into position, right? It's not necessarily centered. Same vessel interaction, same vessel interaction, same vessel interaction. Honestly, guys, I'll probably do a complete refactor of these parts soon. I don't like... So my problem is that I built this... the lengths of the kind of nubbin things here aren't base 10 from the center of the part. It basically is 50 millimeter off. The attachment thing is 50 mil off. We could fudge that and change it in the database. If we go back over here, we open up crane wheel, CFG, right? And we set the attachment node on the top to 0.3 and then minus 0.3 like that. But the wheel will look like it's floating next to the rotor, but that will do it. I'm gonna do a detail pass on these parts. Hey, X-Wing. Oh, what's going on? Not much, just taking my hinge for a walk. Yeah. Non-freedom units for modeling? Yeah, unfortunately, most CAD systems and everything use metric. I could tell it to not, but Kerbal uses metric, so doing the conversion would just be a pain in the butt. And I can do it. It would be not too hard. It's not hard to do basic math.
Hello.
Oh, Got it. I got the Raptor side right before I saw you said it, Fluffy. I'm like, no! Hell. It is rocket science after all. Yeah. Okay. Database is reloaded. Let's see if it hooks up correctly. Let's see if the skate hooks up right. See how it's offset? Now, because I set it to an offset value that's base 10, we should be able to just... Yeah, that didn't make a difference. Because you can only move stuff in 10 centimeter. It moves it 10 centimeter increment in this. So. So the idea is that you could take the skates, right? I should be able to put them in symmetry. It should be able to pick it up just fine. Got to work on the surface attachment position for these things, but... Right? So you have your skates. Your skates have the rotors on the sides. It did not like symmetry, okay. It rotated the part on the wrong axis in mirror sim. So I don't think the colliders necessarily line up with the rails, so or the I-beams don't necessarily line up. But I know the I-beam is not an I-beam shaped box. It's not I-beam shaped. It's just shaped like a box. So that should be pretty easy to get right. We're gonna have to make rails, dudes. That's how it's gonna have to work. But this should demonstrate what the concept here pretty well. I just need... Probe core. That. And does Maya allow you to draw a profile outline of the rail shape and simply extrude the shape to what length you need? Yeah, you could do it that way if you wanted to. It's the beams, guys. Beams aren't making a good enough rail. It's not thin enough. It was getting caught on the sides. Wings might be a good temporary fix. Can you make the wheel part have the same effect as the grip pads? We shouldn't have to. Why does EJ have no hat today? I don't know, I felt like having no hat, dude. What the fucking rattles is going on here? Well, user guy, why would that make a difference? It's got that on the inside, dude. Preliminary testing was it's not very promising here, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty uncool. Beware of our mechanical savior, the taper. Looking good? Yeah, it's not really working good though, dude. That's my problem. Yeah. It's binding up, but the thing is, guys, it doesn't bind up at low RPM, which is very... I mean, it doesn't need to be super smooth. That's what I'm looking for right there. But it seems like anytime you put this thing under load, it's just going to bind. Which is weird because that does not happen with the hinge. That doesn't happen with a hinge. That's very strange. Just do a little bit more testing here. All right, let's Let's try something. An experiment. Oh boy. So let's get something that we know is thin enough. The panels will be fine. We know that those are thin enough and we know they'll fit. Is that a Peter parameter quote? Yeah, an experiment. Maybe it needs more tolerance. I gotta test it. We gotta really put it through its paces to determine that that's exactly what's going on. I think that is, for what it's worth. So set RPM limit on these back wheels just to see.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted a sub to John NASA.
Discovery, go at throttle
Hey,
up.
Porfa. 60-month resub. Hey, you got your worm logo. So conceptually, we're here. How would we make a different... Maybe try grip pads for the rails? It's the, but I mean, fellas, the thing to consider is that it's the gliders. It's not. And the grip strips aren't really gonna work. I mean. How hard would it be to make a track layer? Do you really want to do that? No, no good. Hey Mars, thanks for the raid. The wheel, guys, is not high fidelity enough. It's not there's not enough faces. It keeps going thunk 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 thunk. That's why these things aren't turning. It's binding up. And that's pretty much what's going on here as well. Okay, X out of Kerbal. This was a good test. Double the faces. Still, same problem would happen, Mike. All right. Let's go back into Maya. We'll check something here. All right, let me check something. So let's go over here to surfaces. And I just want to surface. Okay, so we have a cylinder, a surface cylinder right here. Okay, see that? So surface cylinder is utilizing curves. So this is something you would see more in like CAD or whatever, right? It's a NURB cylinder. I want to see if I can take this, export as an FBX. Go to curve cylinder. All right, now go in here, go to here. Let's open up a new tab, documents, Maya, projects, default, scenes. New KSP assets, scenes. Curve cylinder, right there. What happens if I bring this in here? Might have to take a break for the SpaceX tweet. Looks like more pictures. Dude. Look at that, man. Oh, man. Holy cow. All right, I'll check it in a second. Let me, give me a second, dudes. I'll let's see if we can export it out as an OBJ. Wheel cylinder test. Let's go back over here. Open up the right file. All right. Now that I'll take a break for. Hold on. Check this out, dudes. These might be loud. All right, so what the? Look at the other drone over there. What the funkin' waggles? There's more. Here's another onboard. Dude. Oh my goodness. Here comes the water. Here comes the water. Oh, splash. Oh, that's cool, man. Huh. The Starship Recovery Team has continued gathering imagery of the vehicle, which is still afloat in the Indian Ocean. Bro! Bro! Oh man, I'm really wondering when this picture was taken, but holy crap! What? Oh, there's the dude! Wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm going to go ahead and guess that this picture was probably taken the day it landed because look, there's still ice. There's a lot of ice on the methane tank. So this was probably on Friday. It's probably Friday afternoon. Or, well, it would have been Saturday morning. Now this one, I don't know. Can't say. But I think it can be inferred pretty dang well that the Starship Recovery Team has continued gathering imagery of the vehicle, which is still afloat. Bring her home. Yeah. It definitely took on some water, dudes. She took on some water for sure. If you look at where the nose coat or where the here, you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. So look at the very end here. Right when it comes down. Come on. Come on. Let me take a look. Guys, okay, that hasn't taken on as much water as I thought. I mean, she's bobbing up and down, right? But when Starship is going over a wave, right? We got, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 tiles high. And then when she's dipping the nose, it goes down to 3. So let's say mean 5 tiles with calm seas, right? From the front flaps, right? So that's definitely up on a wave. And up on a wave there, it looks like 1 to 2 tiles. It took on a little bit of water, but they seems to be okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, seems to be all right here. I mean, okay. It looks good. Yeah. I mean, Ryan, we don't know when that picture was taken though. That's the thing. I'm going to guess because they have the recovery buoy there and the trawler with the trawling motor, right? That this was probably the day it landed. There's still ice on the tanks there. It looks great. It looks great in this picture. I mean, you can see that there's no ice on the tanks there. So this is sometime later. But I mean, SpaceX says it's still afloat. So yeah. I'm just that's it looks like it got washed with some larger waves. Yeah, see up here where the tiles change color and you don't have much of the ablator. Yeah, it's definitely being battered by the seas. But those waters are pretty relatively calm. Do we have more info on any ships heading towards it? The recovery team is just sitting out there with it, dude. It's been sitting about this far away from it for some time. Wow. That's freaking impressive. That's really cool. Also, I noticed there's some burn through on the nose cone. There was some burn through. See the rust color on the snoot? A little bit of burn through up there, not a lot though. I mean, guys, for the most part, that thing looks fine. It's fine. If it didn't land in salt water, you could have reused this. I'm pretty sure. You would need some mid-able tile refurbishment, but yeah, dude, she's good. Guessing it's pretty difficult to safe it without GSE. It safed itself. Yeah, the ship can do that by itself. It can vent down. And before SpaceX makes an RCC nose cap. Just saying, old tricks are the best tricks. Guys, it looks fine. Like, that's insane. I mean, once again, this is not an updated picture of the ship. That's from Friday. That's from Friday our time. That would have been Saturday morning. Their time. But it looks fine. I don't really see anything wrong here. I mean, do you? It looks okay to me. I mean, we saw some botched tiles on the bottom, but it looks like they somehow got the payload bay to seal up, dudes. Yeah, from what my buddies were telling me on Friday, they're telling me the payload bay is taking on water. Doesn't look like it's taking on water there. Doesn't look like it's taking on any water to me. Now, so this is the recovery team here, right? And there's no trawler buoys around. And there's no ice on the tank. So this has to have been... I'm going to guess that this picture was probably taken on Friday afternoon. Or Saturday afternoon. So this was taken over the weekend. I don't think this is an updated picture. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to do this to cast doubt. If SpaceX says the ship is still floating, I absolutely believe them. I'd want to see a picture of it now. I want to see what it looks like after floating in the ocean for a couple of days. I don't think the payload bay was sealed, more like the pressure equalized. Somebody theorized that, Spoiled. Was it you? I think you said that, right? And I was like, no, well, I mean... Yeah, I was thinking, see, Spoiled, when I said like hydraulic compression and stuff, like if there's cracks in the side, you're not going to get a seal. But if the payload bay sealed and the only way in and out is through that letterbox opener, which is facing into the water, then we're okay here. Did that one guy yesterday say you'd like a group picture? Yeah. Holy, what is that? Hey, Hidgy. Ship 40 came down and landed intact in the water. That's a real picture. It's still out there in the Indian Ocean. They got to get some rigging equipment out here. Hook some lines onto the catch pins and pull this thing. Guys, I was worried like pulling it from the nose would be bad, but I don't see why not from these pictures. I'm surprised the payload slot is watertight. Well, it's not, Drummer. Water was leaking in, but if the payload bay is sealed everywhere else, dude, and the only way for water to get in is, well, underwater, dude, it's going to pressurize the payload bay. Like that's what Spoiled said. Yeah, exactly, Geek. That's what I mean. If it's sitting this high up in the water, so... Okay, this is obviously during sunset, right? Obviously during sunset. If it was during sunrise, if it was right when the ship landed, the trawler buoys would be there. These are the cameras that are in the water that SpaceX used, right? This was already taken after the first day of recovery operations where they went and got all the buoys, right? So at this point in time, the ship probably would have been floating in the water for about 10 to 12 hours. I'm going to guess, right? Days are long right now. It's the summer, and well, they're in the southern hemisphere, so days are kind of short. So let's say 8 hours into the 8 hours in the water. If the bait was leaking, it would have sank after 8 hours, guys. Like, is this a reasonable assessment? I think it's a reasonable assessment. Yeah, right. That's right. When they first opened the payload bay. Yeah. Don't the header tanks keep it up even if the payload bay is ruptured? Yeah, they would to an extent, but J-Speed, my thing is that the header tanks are up here. Right? If the header tanks were keeping the payload bay buoyant, the water line would be at the nose cone, but it's blatantly not. The header tank is over here. Like the center of mass of the two header tanks are like right there and right there. Right? Dude, the payload bay sealed. Spoiled, I'm going to go ahead and say what you theorized is probably correct. The reason why I said no, I don't think that's what's going on, is because I thought there were cracks. I'm pretty sure I saw cracks in the stainless, like a puncture in the stainless that I thought was it tipping over, but it may have just been the pyron. It looks like there's cracks there, but yeah. Yeah, if the air can't escape, it's going to stay super buoyant. Yeah, it'll be fine. And yeah, even then you have the header tanks on top of that. We know that they didn't blow a line. Dude, they could get this. They could get this thing back. If it keeps a high water line like this, yeah, this is doable. Very doable. And if everything stays pressurized, guys, then you won't, like, the seas battering it aren't going to screw up. They're not going to oil can the stainless steel at all because the tanks are pressurized. Think about it like if this was floating in the ocean empty, a wave would hit it and it would do this. It would oil can it. See what I mean? It would do that. But if this is pressurized, hell no. The waves aren't going to do much to it. Dude, they got to get that thing back. It's just, dude, like, I don't know if this is like legit, like something that will happen from now on, or if it was low fuel in the header tanks, or they just got lucky, or whatever. Yeah, I think that this thing is just too pristine to just blow up. It's too good. It's too intact. Like, that thing is fine. It's fine, which is, all right. It's like, it's okay. Like, I'm telling you, if this thing didn't land in salt water, they could reuse it. That is a reusable spaceship. Like, maybe some minimal refurbishment to the tiles, replace some tiles here and there. That's about it. Yeah, Geek. Well, yeah, I think the recovery team, at least initially, was just waiting for this thing to sink, and it still hasn't. But, I mean, that's the thing. They're going to have to get some rigging equipment either way. And I think that's a fair thing to say, what you're saying as well. They wouldn't, I mean, I had one of my boys that works down there come in here the other day, and he was telling me, look, all I'm saying is that it's a 4-week recovery mission, and they've been out there for 5 weeks. I mean, I don't want to read too much into it, but also I think you're onto something. I think you're right. Yeah, if the tanks stay pressurized, Halsey, we're waiting for it would be wait for the stainless to rust out, and that would take months. So I think we're good to go, man. They should get this thing back. We should get it back. It's too good. I saw it right away. Right when I saw the thing land and kind of in land in one piece, I called it. I said, no, we got to watch my coverage of the landing gas. I said, nope, that's too good. Bring that back. And I immediately explained that it's really, really worth it getting that thing back, dude. Which way is the current pushing it? Northwest. Currents are pushing it towards Christmas Island. Brother, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my goodness. There be whales here. You guys ever Ryan, you ever read Moby Dick? You know Moby Dick isn't about catching a big fish. It's about a guy that's obsessed with catching a big fish, right? I don't know if you guys have read, spoiler alert, all right? It's a good book. You should read it, right? If you haven't. With that being said, this can't be the one that gets away, dude. This can't be the one that gets away. No, we gotta go get it. Frick Moby Dick and frick that stupid whale. This is cooler. frick that. Frick the stupid whale. Go get this ship. Yeah, it's a whale, not a fish. Shut up. It's not a fish, it's a starship. Don't be racist. It's not a schooner, it's a sailboat. Yeah, you can't park there. You don't park a ship. You moor a ship. Or you berth a ship. I guess this shows that an emergency water ditch is possible. Yeah. Why the heck not? That'd be funny, dude. They're not ITAR considerations for the recovery team. Rarest, if we want a less cool reason why the recovery team is not there, why the recovery team hasn't left, there you go. Dude, they gotta get that thing back. You gotta get it back. It's too good. Dude, it's too good. Now, just on a side note, going back to that landing footage, I'm noticing that she does slew around a little bit. See that? How's that gonna jive with the catch pins, dudes? If the catch pins are right there and she's equaled out like that, that'll absolutely work. But, and maybe, honestly, this could be an induced maneuver to kind of have it fly around the tower and then kind of come in and get caught. Right, Mesh? It's unbelievable. That is the gnarliest thing ever. I can't believe it didn't blow up. I can't believe that. How did that not explode? Like, they better go get it. The schooner, the better. I'm going to shoot you in Battlefield, Dan. You'll be like, I got the shot. And then there'll just be an explosion, like right in front of you. Why does it usually explode? There's fuel tanks, Hugh, up at the top. So Starship has header tanks. Here, I'll show you. So in order to, okay, you see that flip that it did, right? The flip that it does to come in. Like, see how it's kind of belly flopping here, right? And then it flips itself over with the flaps, right? So interesting thing for just people to understand, just in case you don't, like, you're not, I've seen people say like, oh my gosh, I would get so sick if I'm flying in this thing. No, you wouldn't. Watch. Look at the point of rotation during the flip. Just on a side note, the point of rotation's right in the payload bay. That's not an accident. Right? See, your engines are firing. Watch, my mouse cursor is on the point of rotation. See what I'm talking about? You wouldn't get that sick. It would just feel like you're rotating. You wouldn't have like a swing. Now, that's good for multiple reasons. That means that if the center of gravity is somewhere in the payload bay because of the header tanks up at the front, oh baby. That means Starship's down mass capability is going to be really good. Because that means if you put 100 tons of whatever in there, provided you have the fuel to land, it won't affect how it flies too much. You'll definitely have more moment when you're flying through the air, just a little bit. But you should be able to, provided you have the Delta V, you should be able to put whatever you want in there and bring it back down, which is bananas capability. But now you see how it pivoted right there. Well, the thing is that there's two big fuel tanks at the back, the methane tank and the liquid oxygen tank, and then you have 6 engines back there. So the bottom of it is very, very heavy. So they balance for this, right? So Hugh, I'm still answering your question. They balance it with fuel tanks up at the front. There's 2 tanks called header tanks at the front of this. Hey, Stevie. Right? And here, I'm just going to... There's a bunch of different fan-made renders. Who made this one? This is by Raph. This is by Fail097. So see up here. Now that, keep in mind, this is an older design. This is a way older design. Both of the tanks are up there. There's one like kind of on top of the other. They look like 2 grapes stacked on top of each other. So they put their tanks up there, right? And that balances everything out because fuel is way dense than some empty tank volume, and it's up at the very front and it balances out the engines. That's why it can rotate over like this, right? The thing is, right, in the past, those tanks have had a lot of fuel left in them. They've had a lot of fuel left in them because Starship didn't do its deorbit burn or whatever. Or they didn't... they had fuel left in them. So that same momentum, or that same mass at the top of the vehicle that allows it to rotate really nice, right? That same mass is, when the thing tips over, is going to break it in half like an egg. But they didn't have much fuel left over up there. That, and it's just blind luck. Like this one burned all the way into the water. So if you look very close down here, the bottom of Starship goes into the drink. That's in the water. The bottom of Starship is in the water right there with the rocket engine still on. See all the gas that's getting thrown out? Right? So they shut the engines off. Guys, I thought of something. If the rocket engines were going into the water and the bottom of Starship gets submerged, what's going to happen is it's going to pressurize the air inside of the engine section. And that will create a damper. It'll create what's called a hydropneumatic damper, and it'll slow it down. Right? So watch, when the thing tips, you should see a lot of gas get expelled from out there. Yep, there it is. See all the gas that came out of the payload bay? It pissed everywhere. And that dampened out the shock. It dampened out the landing. That coupled with the low mass up there, sploosh. See all the gas that came out? Look, oh my goodness, it did that. Dude, okay, all right, nerd time. The reason why that is cool is because that's how the Space Shuttle solid boosters landed. That's how the SRBs always came back down in one piece. The SRB landed nozzle first, and it pressurized inside of the booster. Water shot up into the booster, into the combustion chamber, pressurized the remaining gas inside of the chamber, and the whole thing turned into a hydropneumatic shock absorber, and that's what stopped it and turned it onto its side. How come the extremely hot rocket engine nozzles don't get thermal shock from hitting the comparatively cold ocean? I mean, Drummer, I wouldn't use these rocket engines again if that's what you're asking. The SRBs did something similar. Exactly, Archie. That's so cool. Oh, man, we'll talk more about that during Space News. That's really, really cool. I mean, Drummer, I wouldn't reuse these engines, but they do look to be in pretty damn good condition. Considering what just happened, like, Oh, Hunter, thank you. There's somebody, Hunter, I don't know what your name is on YouTube, or yeah, that's what they look like now, Hugh. See, thank you. Thank you very much. Guys, thank you for all the graphics. I appreciate it. Yeah. So that's what they look like. Like I said, they look like grapes stacked on top of each other. The nose cone is the header tank. Like the front side of the nose cone, that's the header tank. What caused the ignition? So you're talking about right here? What that is, and I have this right from my buddy Steven that works at SpaceX. He came in and I was like, I thought, see, what I thought is the lines. I thought the lines shattered. So see, you have a LOX and a methane line. I thought the lines broke when it fell over and it was leaking methane inside, and that's what the fire was. No. Starship has vents on the top to vent down these tanks. They're vent lines. There's two of them. And if you vent them next to each other, you're gonna atomize methane, gaseous methane, and gaseous oxygen, and it will find a source of ignition. The tiles are hot. That's what happened here. That's fine. It's totally okay. It burned it right off. Yeah, the render that Hunter, the render that you gave me here is not exactly right. The lines are next to the tiles. They're on the windward side. They go down underneath the payload bay. So, fellas, in this picture, those lines would be going this way. They'd go up and over. Yeah, there's just a fuel line that runs through a fuel and oxidizer line. They're next to each other. It runs through, both of them run through the payload bay, go around the nozzle, they go up into the tanks, and they pick up on the bottom of the tanks. And now keep in mind, here's something that's very interesting. I say they pick up on the bottom of the tanks, but here's the thing. Remember how Starship lands. When those engines light and the header tanks start feeding the Raptor engines, right? Starship is sideways to the ground, so gravity's pushing this way. Those lines don't curve up and go into the bottom of the tank per se. They go this way and they get into the, well, in this picture, they would come from the top. But when Starship is flying like this, that's the bottom. And SpaceX uses Archimedes' principle to make head pressure to feed the Raptors correctly. It's really, really freaking smart, dude. That's really smart. So those lines go this way and they plug into the tanks from the side here, technically. Like the ox line goes here and then the methane line goes in. They go into the sides of the tanks. You know, the header tanks. You got huge header tanks. It's really freaking cool, actually. It's really smart. Sometimes they show it inside when SpaceX flashes some pictures of the payload bay. But, yeah, see, actually, this old Raphael's old picture here, see how it's plugged into the side? That's what I'm talking about. It's not siphoning from the bottom, because when Starship's flying like this, you don't want to accidentally pull air from the tank. You pull ullage air from the tank, you blow up a Raptor engine. That did happen. That happened with SN8, which is funny that it shows this is what this is. That's funny because that's what happened. SN8 did not like the ground because it pulled in air bubbles. You don't want to pull in air bubbles. That's really bad. That's really bad for it. Now I want to model a Starship, damn it. Dude, I don't have the time. Where am I going to have the time? I don't have the time to do this. No, we have to make our stupid crane parts. Or yeah. Build crane parts, then you can build Mechazilla and model Starship. Why don't you make HLS? Oh, I have HLS. Don't worry. It's being worked on. What are you going to do with a stupid crane? Elon Musk has a crane. Jeff Bezos has a crane. Charles Bronson has a rope. Brother, I can't, dudes. I'm sorry, I can't get over that. I can't. That is this ship 40 is living in my head rent free. I want it. I want it. And by that, I mean SpaceX needs to go get it because it will amuse me. And if that sounds entitled as frick, yes, you're absolutely right. I have no say in this matter. Please go get it. I'm screaming into the void. Please go get it. It's too good. It's too good. That thing is too intact. You have to go get it. Gully's like, I have a crane. Get you and your stupid freaking rope. Guys, if I had to guess, you know, you guys everybody keeps saying, like, why is Australia's parked out there? They're in the recovery team. Why are they just chilling? Why aren't they doing anything? Oh, ring watchers. Yeah, look. Yeah, this is coming from ring watchers. There you go. It's weird. It's a weird setup, but see how the two lines run through the bay and then they pick up. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting design. Fall, hope all is well. Yeah, dude, you could say that. Look at this. SpaceX posted these pictures. The thing's still out there. It's still floating, dude. That LOX header tank transfer tube line not angles back to the center in the LOX tank. Now angles back to the center of the LOX tank. So this guy right here goes that way through the LOX tank. I assume it's still going right through the methane tank. Yeah, Paul. From this image, where's the heat shield? This side. This would be upside down if we were looking at it here. The lines would be going this way. The lines are always on the heat shield side of things. Turn the music back on. My headset keeps timing out. The cursor is hard to see. Yeah, it is, I guess. The heat shield's down here. They also use the LOX header tank as a heat sink for the nose. Any boiled off LOX gets vented to RCS. Interesting. Huh. Why don't you go pick up ship 40 yourself with your crane parts? My crane parts aren't finished yet. Why don't they wrap the methane tank around under the oxidizer tank? Seems like wasted space. Milge, they're probably keeping it, designing it like this to keep manufacturing complexity down, if I had to guess. At least I got a slight giggle, yeah. Dude. Anyway. That's freaking cool. We can talk more about this later. So, what I was messing with here, dudes, is whether we can make... Oh, come here. Hey, Resi, what's going on? I want to see. So what I did was I made a NURBS cylinder. So NURBS cylinders rely on curves. And I'm wondering, maybe we can. Because they rely on curves, you can theoretically make a much smoother collider. That's... Sorry, I didn't realize you were live. Brother, I'm always live. User guy, EJ, what if your wheel was more like a solid roller? Would that buy you extra faces on your collision to make it rounder? I was thinking of using curved surfaces to make it rounder, user guy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So what I'm looking at, the first thing I checked was to see if I could bring surface models like wheel cylinder test in here. And it looks like it brought it in, but... It's not... It doesn't render. Okay, Di, thank you. Does KSP support NURBS? Usually no, spoiled. What version are we using here? Hey, Ish.
Discovery, go
61 months. Did you use a wheel collider in Unity? I did not, Jay. I'm trying to see if we could surface model a collider. If we can get a collider that's really... So we could either A, make a cylinder that's extremely high res, right? High resolution geometry, and use that. But... Oh my word. That's bad. You only have the basic shapes in 2019X, so sphere, collider, capsule, so you can use them directly. Dude, yeah, I mean, we could... So, if you use a mod called Kaleidoscope, it'll show you the collision box for every part. The RCS balls were made using a spherical curved collider like that. That is what the RCS ball collider looks like. It looks exactly like that. If we can figure out a way to do that, and I'm pretty sure it's just these primitives, right? We might be able to get away with it. But the thing is that we have to flag it as a mesh collider. So if we add a physics mesh collider to it, and we I don't know, man. But there's the sphere collider here. See? Spherical collider. I'm wondering if the game will pick up on the spherical collider. Even if it's not a mesh collider user guy? As far as you know. How can we test if the game will like it? Well, shut the clevis piece off. And let's take crane wheel, right? Oh. Take the spheric piece. Scale this piece down, just like it's the same exact deal as if we would be using a the RCS balls, dude. So duplicate. Set the other one to the same offset on the exact opposite side. Sphere collider test. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take crane wheel, right? And I'll know in Kerbal that it took the collider correctly if we mouse wheel, like right here, and it highlights the part. We'll know that for sure. So let's make sure we're set in the right directory. We're not. Mod testing, parts. Mod testing game data, EJ, parts, crane wheel. Select folder, write it. Let's go back into Kerbal. That should work. At least it does for Railroader. Aloan, you make mods for Railroader? Cool. You made 3 steam engines so far, and you're getting close to finishing another 210-10-2. A 210-10-2? Was that even a thing? Who made a 210-10-2? It had more attractive Everett than the big boy. Huh. Interesting. They only made about 10 of them. A 210-10-2? That's ridiculous. Didn't bring it in. They were used mainly as helpers pushing trains up a grade. Yikes. Wow. Neat. Did you remove the extra component? They have to be just the bare collider. That was the Santa Fe version. It was not very good. I removed the Doc Kerbal looks so weird to me now. Huh. Okay, I'm reloading the database. Let's see what it does. Yeah, William, isn't it cool? Didn't work. Didn't work. Nice, Bob. What's the must see? XB70. Good photo of the 210-10-2 you're working on. Wow, look at that thing. Why spherical collider? Won't that make it roll in all directions? Yeah. All right, let's try that. Hey, do you think the tagging might be it? The collision message identified by the tag name node collider. Is that something you need to add to get the default primitives to work? I don't know, man. We're in uncharted territory here. I've never had luck with any other type of collider except mesh colliders in KSP, and then I was told by the developers at the time, don't use anything but a mesh collider. Because I did make mod parts for this, for the game way back in the day. I made a lot of cool stuff. Nothing I never ever released or anything, but... Nope. Still the same collider. You make your own tag. All right, how do we do tags? Node collider? Like that? Is that what we're looking for? According to the guide, yeah. KSP's Unity physics engine, which strictly requires any mesh collider attached to a dynamic moving object like it has to be marked as convex. Primitive colliders. Use base Unity primitive shapes like box, sphere, or capsule colliders instead of a mesh collider whenever possible. They are much cheaper for the physics engine and bypass mesh limits completely. Huh. The wheel collider. Yeah, that steam locomotive you linked, Ilowin, was gigantic. Oh, it's just a post from a decade ago. No, the monastery, I don't think so. How to make a crane wheel in KSP? There's nothing saying that you can't combine the things with the other gliders, right? I can have mesh gliders combined with primitives, right? Like, that's a thing, yeah? Maybe I have to take the original glider box out of this. Would help if we wrote it to the right directory, dickhead. Oh my god, I'm so stupid sometimes. It's called disclosure, you dickhead. The grind getting these damn parts made, but it'll be worth it if I can get it right. Trying to write some SE transport mod and this is now taken over. Sorry, user guy. All right. I think I may have been just writing it to the wrong directory, dude. Let's see. Ready? Come on. Let's see. Let's see if she spins. I mean, it might work. Same vehicle interaction. Same vehicle interaction. Now spin it. I don't understand how I can export this stupid frigging part and it still picks up a collider. It's still picking up on a collider box mesh that I quite actually deleted from the Unity scene. How is that even possible? Did you tag it this time? I didn't. No, Panderific, it's just picking up on the original collider box. It's like the work that I'm doing in Unity is not even making a difference. It's still binding up. It shouldn't bind up. I reloaded the game database. User, I don't understand. Like, I basically restarted the game. That's what reloading the database will do. Hey, Stream Chat, what's up? I'm trying to make a crane bogey for my gantry cranes. What? Alright, I want to try something. Delete it. Delete it, set the file. What the f... Let it reload. That was weird. Even if I set a new file destination, it still defaults to my KSP, like the modded KSP directory, which is weird. So that means none of the tests that we've done with the collider are basically useful. So what I did was I rewrote it. It wrote it to the regular KSP directory. I copied it out of the regular KSP directory and put it in the modded KSP directory, and we'll see what it does now. Unity will not write to that modded KSP directory for some stupid reason, even though I got it to fix the part in the first place. I don't know what the hell's going on there. That's a little weird. That's very weird, actually. All right, we'll see. Come on. So we know that's the other one because it didn't take the edits correctly, and nope. I don't know, dudes. I don't know. I gotta figure out what the hell's going on here. This part is giving me nothing but trouble today. Everything's being funky and nothing is making sense. But, I don't know. Yeah, bro, was he using a cached or copied version maybe or something? I don't know. I don't think so, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I've thought about this enough for the day. Make a crane part, they said. It'll be easy. It won't be a big deal at all. I don't know, dudes. I don't know. I gotta look into this, and I don't know when that's, like, yeah. I gotta figure this out. Do you need sleep? No, Dons. Whenever you do modding for a game or game development in general, you get to a point where your brain's fried. There's just nothing. You gotta do something else. Fortunately, it's time for space news, so we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I only put in about 4 hours, I'd say. We spent a good amount of time talking about Starship, but we do this not because it's easy, but because we thought it would be easy. That's right. Honestly, guys, I think I just need to improve my workflow a little bit. My workflow's sloppy. It's sloppy. It's not tight. We had to fudge the rescale factor on the we had to fudge the rescale factor on the freaking Clevis part because I didn't export it correctly. So I don't want to do that, Jay. Yeah, I don't want to do that, dude. I'm good. Yeah, caveman. All right, we're getting up on 5 o'clock, dude. So what I'll do is I'll get us ready for space news. We could talk a lot about. We're gonna be talking a lot about Starship today, but yeah, There is some other space news, but yeah, I don't know how long the space news is going to be today, but we'll see. All right, so that's going to do it for part 2. Yeah, I'll keep at it. I don't know what I want to do tomorrow. Maybe we'll like actually play a game tomorrow or something. What's today? Tuesday? Yeah. I don't know. You don't want to see the basic steps? What do you mean the basic steps? I'm a professional 3D modeler, like by trade. What do you mean the basic steps? I don't understand. I know the basic steps already. I don't understand what you're trying to get me to do, Jay. I'm sorry, man. What are you talking about? This is what I went to school for. I know what I'm doing. It's just the collision mesh on this. There's plenty of ways that we could fix it. I just don't really feel like fixing it right now. When are you going to open the package that Brimo shamed on you? I don't know, man. I'm sure I could go find it. I don't know where it is. I think it's down in my truck. I have to go look. Yeah, I'll go look for it. Anyway, I'll see you guys in about 30 minutes. We'll get pumped up for some space news about 5:30. And then I want to do Battlefield again for after hours tonight. All right. So, stand by for a loss of signal on YouTube. On Twitch, I'll put a video on or something. I'll be back in a moment. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed part 2. Part 3 will be coming soon.